Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T.Y. is here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder of Huertas Decus, LLC, which is a business growth practice. I'm also your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker for this session of the Black Business Network is Dr. Barbara Wright. And are you in for a treat today? Dr. Wright is the visionary founder of Certified Dream Builder, Inc., and is a renowned expert in grant writing and fund development, having secured over, catch this number, 150 million, yes, that's right, 150 million in funding for various organizations. With more than 2 decades of experience, she has served in influential roles like program manager for the Housing Authority of Kansas City and grant manager for Kansas City Public Schools. Dr. Wright is a creator of innovative tools like the 1 Hour to Grant app and the Canvas grant writing system. As a transformational speaker and an educator, she empowers organizations to turn visionary ideas into funded realities. So we had conversations yesterday about funding and access to capital. This is the person for that. So again, you're in for a treat. Help me welcome Dr. Barbara Wright.
Hi. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. And you?
I am doing fine. Looking forward to sharing my genius with the other geniuses in the audience.
Well, and I know you have a ton of genius, and you have a lot that folks are going to be excited to hear about. I don't know which specific topic you're going to talk about, but I know all of the things when we've talked before that you have to offer folks. So I'm going to get out of the way and let you do your thing and pass on your genius to folks. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be on this great platform again. I honor Dr. Kelly for providing this to us so that we can share our genius with each other. We are nationally known as a grant winner and master fund development consultant. Development consultant for fundraising and educator and speaker. But one of my favorite parts of consulting is being a disruptor of status quo thinking about what our possibilities are. That means introducing people to their new self as an asset millionaire, because we all have $1 million ideas and $1 million assets that we were born with. And I try to help share with you how you can turn those assets into cash flow through your businesses and nonprofits, through grant writing, through contracts, through all of those fund development opportunities. Today's session will provide you with tools and resources to use for grant writing and fundraising to help with hunger and homelessness prevention programs. And you may say, I'm not interested in hunger and homelessness. If you are interested in raising funds, period, I implore you to listen today, because I believe you will hear some things that will help you move you and your organization to the next level. What we're going to cover today is trends in hunger and homelessness preventions. We're going to cover potential businesses and nonprofits for hunger and homelessness preventions over the next 10 years. And then we will introduce you to tools that can assist you in getting started offering those programs and services. And no matter what your program or service is, there may be some opportunity for you to help those who are experiencing, hopefully temporarily, hunger and homelessness. And so we will get started with that. This is all coming from my book, Grant Writing and Fundraising for Hunger and Homelessness Programs, Program Development. The subtitle of this is program development and funding. So we're sharing some information. The book that I'm sharing, the grant writing or program development for hunger and homelessness prevention program, has 6 chapters in there. We're not going to cover everything, but we're going to give you just enough so that you know that this is real and this is something that can help you take your organization to the next level, no matter what organization it is, really, because people who experience homelessness needs everything. So part 1, the introduction to planning, is the first part of this. Pre-program research tools would be the next part. Program planning and development would be the next part. Fundraising and budget planning, clickable resources. We may hit on some of these topics. Clicking links for federal grants. We have links for federal grants. These are the things that's in the book. But today we're going to focus on the 10-year trends for hunger and homelessness programs. We're going to focus on the 10-year plan for businesses that you may be able to open within the next 10 years to serve hunger and homelessness type programs. So that's what we're going to cover today. So before I get started, what I'd like to do is share with you some of what I see happening in hunger and homelessness programs. There's a new data-driven approach, and this is not just for hunger and homelessness programs. This is going to be for any of you that are doing social entrepreneur type programs or nonprofits. Data-driven approaches. You want to make sure that you're advocating for local data collection to support program development. And in order to, and this is going to cause an increase of data analysis to address hunger. That's what's going to happen based on the data-driven approaches. There's going to be more community engagement, and that means a greater emphasis on community involvement in solutions. So what else can you see over the next 10 years? There's going to be sustainable housing solutions, which is focused on long-term housing and stability and sustainability. That might include supporting local housing organizations and advocacy efforts. If you are a type person that provides transitional housing or you provide affordable housing, there's going to be some help for you. So promoting affordable housing initiative and supportive support is one of the areas that's going to probably be supported. Technology integration. There's going to be an enhanced use of technology in the homelessness and homeless area with service delivery. And you will be able to implement technology solutions to connect individuals with resources. There's going to be mental health, a lot more emphasis on mental health, increased access to mental health resources for those who are experiencing hunger and homelessness, which means that there will be expand of mental health services within shelters and community programs. So if you're a mental health provider, there's room for you. There's going to be more nutrition programs focusing on providing nutritious food for those in need. So if you're the type person who is providing food programs, this is for you. Developing or enhancing food programs and nutrition education is some of the things that you will be able to do. Youth and family services, increased support for youth and families facing homelessness. Everybody who is homeless is not living on the street. There's a McKinney-Vento Act that says if you have cousin Pookie and Ray Ray and Nook them living in your house because they don't have a house, they're considered homeless even though they are not unhoused. So make sure that you know what homelessness is. There's also crisis intervention. That's going to be a trend over the next 10 years. Enhanced response for individuals in crisis. You will be able to establish or expand crisis intervention teams and outreach. So if that's your organization, you will be able to do that. So remember when I said, when we talk about hunger and homelessness, we are not just talking about um, serving food to the homeless and providing clothes. We're talking about transportation. We're talking about housing. We're talking about all of those different things, which might include what you do. Community resilience initiatives are going to be another thing that's promoted. Holistic planning for community resilience. Also creating or updating community resilience plans including support for vulnerable populations. And lastly, accountability in programs. There's going to be higher standards for transparency and accountability in hunger and homelessness programs. So if you're not being if you're not being accountable, if you are not keeping good records, you want to definitely use this as your warning that you need to start keeping better records. You want to implement regular evaluations and community reporting. As I told you, Asset Millionaires, we're covering lots of information today to help you to get ready to be excellent in providing your hunger and homelessness programs. So that was 10 trends. Now I'm going to give you 10 businesses or nonprofits that you may be able to start over the next 10 years that will help your community serve those who are considered hungry or homeless or other um, community ills that we experience. So one of the areas that you might consider is emergency food distribution. Now, the lower cost for investing in that particular business is anywhere from 20,000 to 100. And some of you say, I could start that with 1,000. Well, good for you. Your potential income for starting an emergency food distribution organization is anywhere from 150 to 600K. Some of you may do more. Your first steps would be to partner with local food banks to secure donations and to provide immediate foods assistance to individuals and families in need. Another area that you might consider starting a business or nonprofit in is transitional housing programs, identifying suitable properties and obtaining funding to provide temporary or transitional housing to those who have been hungry or homeless, or even those new people who are now becoming homeless. I'm in Kansas City, and just 2 days ago, a major restaurant chain closed their business overnight with no warning to their employees, all of their locations except two in this area, and sent their employees a notice in the mail saying that they were closing without any warning. So now you have holidays coming up, Thanksgiving, Christmas, if you celebrate those, and those people now don't have a job. So people who may become homeless now may not have ever been homeless before. So providing those temporary housing solutions for the homeless and population, newly unhoused people. Job training and employment services. Those are also good for the unhoused and those that are homeless. Developing partnerships with local businesses, providing job readiness training, and connecting individuals. These may be some of the things that you can do. Homeless outreach might be one of the ones that you would want to do. Engaging with homeless individuals to offer support and resources. Nutrition and cooking classes may be something that you would offer to those who are either unhoused or just recently housed. Youth housing programs for young people who are unhoused, or they're 16 and up and their parents have put them out, or for whatever reason they have ended up unhousing. Identifying those target youth and then creating support programs for them. Supportive services for those families might be another area that you could provide those services in. Collaborating with family service organizations, offering counseling and resources to families facing homelessness. And lastly, advocating advocacy and awareness for those that are hungry and experiencing homelessness. You can develop outreach strategies, engage the community. You can offer transportation. There are so many different areas that you can serve the homeless in. And so, what we're going to do now is basically give you some information that you need in order to help you be successful in this area. You've got your vocabulary. As far as vocabulary is concerned, if you are going to work in any area, you need to learn the vocabulary of that area. And hunger and homelessness is no different. If you are going to work in hunger and homelessness, learn the vocabulary and best practices. These are the things that you need to do in order to be successful in hunger in the hunger and homelessness industry. You need to learn the statistics for hunger and homelessness. And in my book, the hunger and homelessness for program development for hunger and homelessness, we have those stats in there already. But for those of you who are savvy and you can look those stats up, you're going to need those. You're going to need to understand the SWOT analysis for providing your hunger and homelessness program. And as quiet as it's kept, any other social entrepreneurs programs that you're doing or any other nonprofit program you're doing, you need that SWOT analysis. What does SWOT stand for? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. You need to know what those are. And for the hunger and homelessness organizations, it may be your strengths may be that you have volunteers, that you have a community support. Your weakness may be that there may be a limited amount of funding, depending on who gets in the White House. There might be resource constraints, opportunities. The partnerships with local businesses may be a great place for you to develop partnerships. The threats could be economic downturn or government funding cuts, may be one of the um, weaknesses that you would experience. And the other thing that many people do not think about, especially minorities, pestle analysis, the pestle analysis. If you are starting a business, a nonprofit, you're going to major in a major, you should look at the pestle analysis for that industry before you jump into it. The pestle analysis is an acronym for political concerns, economic concerns, social concerns, technological concerns, excuse me, environmental concerns, and legal concerns. Those are, that is the acronym for pestle analysis. You need to be looking at all of those to see how it's going to affect the organization over the next few years. Use AI if you're not going to get my book, use AI or use some technology to help you know what the pestle analysis is for your industry or for your major or for your business or for your nonprofit. And then that moves us to some of the other program planning tools. For any grant that you are going to write, or if you are trying to get somebody's money, whether you are a for-profit or nonprofit social entrepreneur, you want to have your theory of change and logic model. All of this information is included in my books with links that all you have to do is click and it takes you out to the information. But for those of you who don't have a dime, you're not able to get the book, you're not able to support, make sure that you figure out what your theory of change is for your organization and your logic model. What is your logic model? So what is included in that theory of change and logic model? Your inputs, that's what you bring to the table. Your activities, that's what you do. Your output, which is how do you measure progress. Your outcomes, which is how will the participants benefit from what it is that you are doing. And your impact, which says how does the whole community benefit from what you are providing. Now, in the book, for our program planning and resources, we have that for you already. Under inputs, we have funding and volunteers and several others. Under activities, we have conduct community outreach. We tell you what those are, so you're not having to make it up from scratch. You can make them better, but you don't have to make it up from scratch. Then we provide you with a timeline. What is a timeline for grant writing? A timeline for grant writing is broken up into quarters, or is broken up into months, or is broken up into weeks. You're the one that determines what's going to happen for your organization. So we do have a timeline included in the book that is broken up by quarter and by month, and it even tells you the activities that you should probably be doing each one of those months, like launching your program, resource mapping, volunteer training, food drives, shelter outreach, summer meal programs, rental assessment workshops. These are some of the things that you should be doing when you are providing services to the hunger and homelessness. Also included in our book for program development, this is the things that you have to do before you're ready to write a grant asset millionaires. This is the things that you do to turn those assets into cash flow for you to be able to provide the programs, products, and services. My slogan for my organization is that I help provide millions to missions, who are providing miracles to many. So we have to create those assets for you to be able to provide those programs and services to the many. So under the next resources is our budget. We provide you budgets in the book. And I'm just going to tell you that I have a system that I use for creating nonprofit budgets, which also probably works for your for-profit as well. 60% of every dollar you get goes towards the implementation of the program. 30% of every dollar goes towards salary. 5% goes towards evaluation. 3% goes towards sustainability. And 2% goes towards marketing or dissemination of information, your intake processes, all that. And that's, if you add that up, that's 100% of your budget. Well, we provide you with $1 million budget. Now, for those of you who are afraid of $1 million, you can take some of those zeros off and cut it back to just 100,000 or down to 10,000 if that's what you want to do. We've also, in our book, we provide you with fundraisers from January to December. So let me give you some of those fundraisers that are talked about in our book, which is on certifieddreambuilder.com. Warmth drives for January. For February, you might have a Share the Love food drive. Homelessness Awareness Week is another fundraiser you could have. A soup cleaning donation drive. My mother, who loves serving the homeless, used to do a Super Bowl, which means on Super Bowl, when it was around time for the Super Bowl, she would have the game and everybody would bring soup to give out to the homeless. So you could have spring cleaning donation drives, shelter renovation fundraisers, Independence from Hunger barbecue. There's so many different ones. And in our book, we also explain what those are and approximately how much money you can make from each one of those. But we've at least given you a few that you can try. And then we have, in our book, we have clickable resources for links. And I want to make sure that I don't go over time. We're getting down to the end of what we're going to share. There are associations that you need to join if you are really going to be successful in hunger and homelessness, developing hunger and homelessness programs. Some of the organizations you need to tap into is the National Alliance to End Hunger and Homelessness, Feeding America, National Coalition for Hunger and Homelessness. And then that moves us to grant-making foundations. Some of the grant-making foundations is Conrad Hilton, the Annie Casey Foundation, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. We have a long list of those foundations in our book. Some of the people who give you in-kind donations, these are anything outside of cash. Home Depot provides help. Wells Fargo provides help to nonprofit organizations that are providing homeless and hunger programs. IBM, Google, Amazon, Bank of America provides help to those organizations that are providing information to hunger and homelessness. And we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. The last one is federal grant-making agencies. Some of the federal grant-making agencies included the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Emergency Solutions Grant, the ESG program, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the USDA program. They provide Emergency Food Assistance Program. The acronym is TEFAP program. There are food and nutrition services programs out there to provide funding for those who are helping those that are hungry and homelessness. There's substance abuse and mental health services to provide programs for those who are helping to serve those that are hungry and homelessness. Other federal grants include the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs if you are serving veterans. And lastly, the U.S. Department of Education serves those who are providing help to those who are hungry and homeless. So what I want you to do is think about all of these programs and services. You can reach me 24/7 at certifieddreambuilder.com, and also all of my books and materials that I have. I have 25 topical grant writing books that can help you in providing your programs, products, and services to people that are in need. We don't only have the hunger and homelessness books, but we want to make sure that those in our community who are underserved, unserved, hunger and homelessness are able to get the programs and services that they need. In our, as we're waiting on our moderator to come back, in our statistics, we provide information where the food banks are. And if you are not already listed on one of those food banks and you are a food bank, I would suggest that you do it. We also provide you statistics about hunger and homelessness. There's about surplus food from landfills. There's about 66.5 million people who have experienced some form of homelessness, I believe, or the food banks have served about 66.5 million people. Food banks are responding to numerous disasters, including brush fires in Australia, all of the different hurricanes that they've had recently. All of these people need help. And then we just came out of the COVID crisis. So a lot of what they had, what they were holding were used for that. Food and grocery products were distributed recently for to an estimated 22 million for people facing hunger and homelessness. That was through May of 2020. Now, I'm sure these stats are going to be adjusted a lot in 2024 with all the disasters that we have. When those stats come out in 2025, it's going to be greater than that. But we have lots of stats on homeless coalitions, hunger relief agencies, shelter alliances, and food bank networks that you can tap into. Remember, we have the vocabulary and best practices. If you are going to work in hunger and homelessness, there's some vocabulary you need to know. But I see that our moderator is back and we're going to stop.
Well, everybody can see what I meant by, you have a wealth of information, literally and figuratively. And we'd love for you not to have to stop, but we know that you also have a busy schedule. But a couple of follow-up questions for you that maybe you can help folks understand or appreciate. In my work with companies, one of the things, and especially with not-for-profits, they will often look at, oh, well, so-and-so is offering a grant for that. Maybe we should, change our mission or change our programming so that we can get that money. What's your experience with that? And what's your feeling on folks changing their mission for chasing money?
I don't support changing your mission to chase money. I do support changing your mission so that you can meet the needs of the people. Almost every nonprofit that I know changed something about the way they give and their missions during COVID. Almost everyone. And I've never seen that happen. I had to revise all of my material because I have links embedded in my material. So the links had to change because so many nonprofit organizations and foundations and the federal government, the IRS, everybody changed their information during the recent COVID, after COVID, because they had to in order to keep up with the changes. I expect those changes to be going on for the next 10 years. So yes, we're going to have to change our missions and our statements to make sure that this is happening.
Yeah, I think that's the important distinction that you're making, is that in what I communicate to folks, look, your mission is what you're committed to, and don't change to chase money. However, if what you're committed to requires that you do it differently, take a new approach, then that's the appropriate time for changing the mission, et cetera, to make sure you're being authentic as to what you're doing,
Excellent.
and what you're able to deliver consistently going forward. Talk about you were highlighting 10 of the areas that you think are going to be kind of the hot spots and the hot issues socially, domestically and maybe internationally. Is there any one of those that you think provides more of an opportunity or is more flexible in sense of the one that organizations can weave into a wider variety of their existing?
I would think it's probably more or less how much funding do you have in order to start these organizations? Because some of these can be started with as little as 1,000 to 5,000, but some of them do require a little bit more investment. So which the one that's for you is probably going to be based on where you have the income. But I also say that we have something major happening November 5th. So as people are, do I have to have that date right? As people are voting and determining who our next leader is going to be, that leader in their first 100 days is going to determine a lot of where the funds are going to be. So I am looking at what's happening for the latter part of this year to determine which of these would be best. Every one of these that I mentioned is trending. So the emergency food distribution, if that's an area, transitional housing programs, if that's an area, job training and employment, that would be number one. So there are 5 areas. In fact, I can answer this question. There are 5 areas that where money is flowing and probably still going to flow no matter who gets into office. Those 5 areas is housing and workforce development and housing, um, education improvement, social and cultural changes with our newcomers, which used to be called immigrants. That the new name, I believe, going forward is going to be newcomers. The fourth one, there's only 5. The fourth one is mental health, and the 5th one is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. If you're working in any one of those areas for homegrown homelessness, for reentry, for STEM, if you're working in any one of those areas, money is more flowing to those areas. For other areas, it may just be dripping.
Right. And that's again, great advice, great examples. In the STEM one, as an example, I work with a not-for-profit that is in youth development on sports side. And one of the things I talk with them about, developing their after-school programs to connect on the academic side with STEM for exactly those reasons. It opens them up to more opportunities of things that they can, link into for grants, proposals at the city level, at the state level, and even at the foundation level. So great guidance, great advice. Can you let folks know, and I know you kind of alluded to it earlier, let folks know how they can reach out to you if they want to work with you, get more or buy your materials, your books, your programming, your training. How can folks reach you most easily and effectively?
Okay, we offer free workshops on Clubhouse Monday and Thursday from 9 to 10. Monday and Wednesday, I'm sorry, Monday and Thursday. No, it's Monday and Thursday from 9 to 10 a.m. Central Time. We offer pay what you can as far as Zoom, so you can actually see my material. I'm not just talking, you actually seeing the material on Zoom on those days. And then you can always go to my website, certifieddreambuilder.com. That's where you sign up to attend the workshops, and you pay what you can. If you got 0, you pay 0. If you got $1 million that you want to donate to us, you can donate $1 million. But we are definitely a nonprofit organization, and we serve the community, because I know everybody can't. Everybody is not my customer. Everybody cannot afford my services, but everybody can afford free.
That's a price tag that we all have in our budget, right?
Yes. I'm seeing some of my regulars in Clubhouse and Zoom come up on here. I don't know if you can see them or not.
I can see.
I really appreciate it. Okay.
Yep. Great testimonials. Great testimonials. Well, again, Dr. Wright, I really appreciate you being on and sharing with the entire audience out there. I know folks, heads are exploding with all the information that they received. Some folks' minds are blown with the access to funding or capital that they were never aware of, or some of the strategies that you kind of highlighted and ticked off for them to be able to utilize, in their practices. So thank you very much.
This before we end. I have never seen billion-dollar grants on grants.gov. This was the first year. So when you talk about the amount of money that's available, anywhere from 100,000 to $1 billion, the money is out there, but you must know when, where, and how to apply.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Knowledge is powerful, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, again, appreciate you being on. Look forward to your next visit to the Black Business Expo, as well as interacting with you offline. So as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs And to do so, we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kimberly Matthews. I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will be doing a fireside chat with Shannon Brooks. Shannon Brooks is a dedicated financial services specialist with a passion for empowering individuals through financial literacy, life and health insurance, and credit education. With years of experience in the industry, Shannon is committed to helping clients achieve their financial goals and secure their future. Her expertise lies in providing personalized strategies that cater to unique needs of each client, ensuring they have the knowledge and tools to make informed financial decisions. Shannon's mission is to create lasting financial legacies, one family at a time. Genius is common, Welcome, Shannon.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. I hope you are.
I'm doing great. It's great to have you here. I understand you're doing a presentation today.
Yes, I do believe.
That's wonderful. Well, we'll see you in a few. Geniuses comment, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, hello everyone. Like she mentioned, my name is Shannon Brooks. Just to give a little bit of background about me, I am from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm a graduate of North Carolina A&T State University. I'm also a wife, and I am a mother and a business owner. So the name of my company is Brooks and Associates, LLC. And under that, I wear the title of being a financial services specialist. So what I do is I help people in 3 different areas of their lives. One is finance. In that area, I do teach about financial literacy, and I do that by offering different suggestions, different strategies for savings and budgeting. I'm also a life and health insurance agent, but I normally focus on the life insurance side simply because I am big on showing people how they can create, sustain, and build wealth while they're still alive, and how they can turn that last name of theirs into an asset whenever they pass away. And the last component is credit. In that area, I teach about credit education as well as assist with credit restoration. And on today, what I'm going to do is provide a presentation about how all 3 of these things actually kind of go hand in hand. But the first one that we're going to talk about is going to be about financial literacy. And just like I told you before, I do specialize in this area by showing and teaching people about how to save and how to budget. But also, before we get into those 2 topics, what I want to do is I want to take you all back in time, and just kind of give a little bit of, I guess, of a why about my experience and why I do what I do, and let you see how all of this still connects, even though we may not necessarily come from the same kind of background. We still, in a sense, come from the same kind of lack. Okay. So for me, growing up, I was born in 1976. I was born to a single parent mother who, by the time I was born, her and my father had already separated and was on the path to divorce. And whenever I was born, I happened to move back home with my mother into the family home that she actually resided in prior to her leaving to get married. And in this household, we had my great-grandparents, my grandmother, we had my mother, and we had myself. So we had a lot of different, generations going on under one rooftop. And growing up, even though I was an only child, people sometimes think, oh, you're an only child, you got everything you wanted, you were spoiled. Absolutely not. That was definitely not going on in my household. So in my household growing up, I started to look at different things and realize how certain things, were being handled. But I really didn't know what was really, going on, or if this was how things were supposed to be. Because growing up, what I witnessed was a lot of times we had situational poverty. And there's a difference between generational poverty and situational poverty. Situational poverty meaning that after all the bills were paid, we were good, but nothing could go wrong. Nothing. So that means that a car could not go down, an extra bill could not come in the house. I couldn't, try to come along and say, hey, ma, grandma, great grandma, can I have? No, because everybody had depleted every bit of money that they had to go towards the bills. So growing up, I heard the word no a lot. Growing up, I had to go through, lack a lot. I had a lot of love. There was still a lot of lack. I lived in the hood. A lot of times people don't necessarily like to phrase it that way, but that's just what I knew, the hood. I'm a product of the hood. I love the hood. Great things come out of the hood. There's so many different gifts, skills, and talents that reside in the hood. But when you live in the hood and you're a product of the hood, sometimes you experience a lot of love, but you see a lot of lack as well. So as I got older and I started to get out and go to school and eventually went on to college, I started being around a lot of different people that looked like me, but their situations wasn't my situation. And what I mean by that is that they, actually had, it seemed like the 2-parent home. They had, mom and dad and maybe a grandmother that may have lived in the house with them or whatever, but their money situation was very different. So they were used to being able to have a little bit more of their wants met compared to me. My needs got met, but sometimes the wants, they had to take a back seat. So what I started to, kind of notice and realize, like, wow, I came up kind of differently than everybody else. And, I just, kind of set that on pause for a little bit. But when it came down to me and my money, how I started to treat my money, I started to be very disrespectful, if you want to say, to my money. And why? Because growing up, I experienced so much lack, or what I felt like was lack, that by the time I started to work, by that time, I started to just buy whatever I wanted, didn't have a budget, get a paycheck and burn a hole in my hand. So whenever I got older and I started to get into what I'm doing, I realized that a lot of the ways that I had was the way that a lot of other people that look like me, how they were brought up. And I started realizing there has to be some sort of root of why we as people treat our money the way we do. We don't understand money the way that we do. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what's going on. Let me start doing some research. And what I started realizing is that there's a root to our problem. And a lot of people don't want to talk about it. A lot of people don't realize it or recognize it. But what I realized was the root of how we treat our money when it comes down to financial literacy is slavery. Now, that may not be the only root, but that's the main root, because when slavery came about, what it did, it divided us as a people, and also it put us way behind the 8 ball, because we were not put in position to actually survive. We were put in a position to survive, not thrive. And what we did, we took all of that from one generation to the next, because we didn't have a blueprint. We didn't have someone coming along, saying, hey, this is what you need to do with your money. This is how you need to invest your money. This is how you need to save your money. What we had was a system that was put in place that we were never, in a sense, welcome to the table to understand said system. We were just thrown into the system. And with that, now you have slavery. And then from slavery comes what? Lack. Because we lacked a lot of things that other people had. We lacked a lot of, the necessities that other people had. We had to know how to get out there and how to try to survive with the bare minimum, and sometimes with nothing. And so whenever you have the root of the problem, which is slavery, and then you have a lack that comes from that, then behind that lack comes the conquer. It comes trauma and triggers. Those are the things we have to conquer, are the trauma and the triggers. So what I tell people is, when we start looking at our money, we have to look at those components. And how I tell people is this: when you see the root, we got to know how to go kill the root. If you think about a tree and you see this tree, and you can cut the tree in half. You can cut the branches off. You can let the wind come along and take the leaves. But guess what? That tree is going to continuously grow back. It may not grow back in the same manner that it grew the first time, but it's going to grow back. Why? Because the root is still there. So what I tell people, what we have to know how to do is to go and kill the root. And then from there, we have to go and figure out what the lack is, and we have to attack the lack. And after we go and attack the lack, that's when we have to come along and we have to conquer our trauma and our triggers that come from said lack and said root. And then once we are able to do that, and once we're able to kind of see what we're doing, how we're treating our money, how society, in a sense, left us behind and left us out, then we can go ahead and start doing what we need to do to make better decisions when it comes down to our money. We can start making better decisions whenever it comes down to building wealth, whenever it comes down to sustaining wealth, when it comes down to transferring wealth to our children and our children's children, and to the next generation and the generation after that. And so that's what I believe in doing. We're going to have to get to those problems. We're going to talk about it. And then once we talk about it, we have to figure out how we're going to move forward. And I always give this example a lot of times when it comes down to financial literacy and I guess a more modern day, approach to some of the things that I talk about. I always say, think about it whenever you come down to the game of Monopoly. Think about coming into a room. And whenever we get into that room, there's 2 boards that have been set up. One is a nice, clean, new board that came straight out of the package. And over here on this other table, here's a board that you can tell has been played. Pieces are missing. Properties are missing. Cards that, to say you own a certain property, they're missing. But when we come in, When we have to go sit down at the table, we have to sit down and play a game that we don't have a blueprint, we don't have instructions to, we have no clue as to how we're going to play this game. But whenever we come, we sit down, we're expected to know how to play the game. We're expected to know what pieces go where. We're expected to know what we're supposed to do with the dice, how to roll the dice, how to move around the board. We're expected to know these things. But whenever we don't have a blueprint to it or an instruction manual to say, hey, this is how you play the game, now we find ourselves sitting over here trying to put together a game that just makes sense at that time to say, well, this is how we must have to play the game. This is how the game must be played. Because whenever we try to go sit over at the other table where the new board is, where the instruction manual is, where the blueprint is, where the people who are sitting at that table have been playing this game for years and years and years, we try to go over there and ask for help and we're turned away. We try to go over there and ask for help and we're ignored. And I don't know if you all remember when you're in school and you're taking a test and you didn't want somebody to cheat off your paper. What did you do? You put your arm down like this so nobody could see whatever it was that you was writing. Well, that's how, in a sense, life has treated our people when it comes down to money. We were put at a table and expected to be able to play the same game by the same rules when we never knew what the rules were. We never got a blueprint and we didn't get the instruction manual. So that's why I tell people a lot of times, that's why we make the decisions that we make. That's why when you realize that that's how the bigger picture looks, well, guess what we got to do? We got to keep that in mind as far as why we act the way we do a lot of times with money. We did the best that we could, but we had a lot of different components over here going. And so what I tell people is once we can get past those components and still, like I said, keep in the back of our mind the table that we had to sit at, because that table is what's going to give us grace and mercy with ourselves and with each other. That table is where our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, our great-great-grandparents, our ancestors had to sit at a table like that. They were making decisions that they were making based on what was in front of them and doing the best they could with what little bit they had. So we have to keep that in the back of our mind. Like I said, that's where you have the compassion, grace, and mercy. But over here, we have to know how, like I said before, to go in and kill the root, attack the lack, and conquer the trauma and the triggers. Once we do that, like I said before, like I said, you're all going to see how all this comes together. Once we do that, now we can move over into creating wealth. And how do you create wealth? You can create wealth of, a variety of ways. The way that I teach people how to create wealth is through the power of life insurance. Whenever you have life insurance in place, a lot of times our people sometimes think of it as though this is just what we need to do to bury our loved ones, which in fact, that's what it's there for. But we were, once again, never taught about how we can use it to leverage building wealth, how we can use it as a way to transfer wealth, how we can use it for estate planning, how we can use it to set up a trust. These are things that a lot of times we don't have the information to, we're not privy to, because once again, we were behind the 8 ball when it comes down to life insurance. So what I do is I try to teach people about all the different varieties of insurance that we have out here. We have term policies, we have whole life, we have what they call an IUL, an index universal life. All of them have different components. All of them operate in different manners, but they all can be used as a way to build wealth and to be able to take those particular policies and put them in place to say, okay, I have a home. I want to make sure that my home is going to be paid off so that my beneficiary doesn't have to worry about that in the event that I pass away while my home has a mortgage attached to it. If you say, you know what, I've got a business, I want to make sure that my business has leverage. So if I pass away while my business is growing, while there's a lot of overhead, I can make sure that my business partners will be taken care of and that this business can still thrive and also still be around to make sure that my children or my children's children or my family or whoever can still be able to take the business and take it on to the next level. There's also coverage there to say, you know what, I'm self-employed. I'm out here doing the best I can. And we all know out here the economy is not like it used to be. So it's real hard sometimes to try to save and be able to live and try to invest and do all these different things. So you have a policy like an IUL, an index universal life, that a lot of people take advantage of because of the cash value component of it. And what you can do with that cash value is allow it to grow over time. And then if you want to go in and you want to take that cash value, money that's in the cash value, you can take it out and you can use it and do whatever you want to do and whatever you need to do with it. But like I said, there's different components to each type. And it all depends on what you overall are trying to do and trying to accomplish when it comes down to having a life insurance plan in place. And also, just like remember I told you before, when it comes down to how our people have been when it comes to life insurance, just to give you a little bit of background as far as why we make the decisions that we make. Again, once again, remember I said you got to keep it in the back of your head. Think about that Monopoly game that I mentioned. Well, back in the day, when it came down to how insurance was put in front of us, we were never allowed to use it to create wealth. It was never in place for us to be able to do that. It was in place for others to be able to do that, but not for us. Years ago, before 1964 came about with the Civil Rights Act, years ago, the only thing that Black people were able to purchase when it came to life insurance were whole life plans, and the max that you could get was $10,000. And yeah, back in that day, $10,000 might have been a good amount of money to be able to have, but that's where they capped us at. We were not allowed to take advantage of the other type of policies that other people were able to take advantage of. So back then, that's why you had $1 million policies that were being left, $2 million, $5 million policies. And we're talking about back in the 1800s, early 1900s, the mid 1900s. And that's how they were able to leverage their wealth. So whenever they passed away, they're passing away, but they're leaving their loved ones $1 million in coverage. And can you imagine what $1 million in coverage was like back in the 40s, 50s, 60s? So now you see all of these estates that they have, these plantations that they have, where it's all of this property, beautiful property at that. And you look up and you're like, wow, how are they doing that? But remember when I said once again about those different Monopoly games? You remember what I said? We had to sit at a table with a Monopoly game that had no blueprint, no instruction manual, no nothing. While they had the blueprint. Well, with life insurance, that was their blueprint. When it came down to how do you leverage having assets? How do you leverage having wealth? So they were using that back then. We could only use it for burial purposes. We were not allowed to buy anything other than whole life. So when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 came about, that's when they had to amend that rule as well. And whenever they amended that rule, now we can take advantage of the same kind of policies. But how do you hide something from people? Put it in a book. We had no idea that we were able to do that at that time. So we still kept getting the same small policies that we knew that we could get, that we could qualify for. So that's what we did. We just kept getting the same thing, and insurance agents just kept selling us the same thing. And why? Because 9 times out of 10, the commission was, better for them with selling, let's say, a small whole life plan than coming over here saying, hey, I can get you into $1 million plan. But the monthly premium was going to be a lot less. So that's why we just kept, going on and on when it came down to just having that one type of policy. And there's nothing wrong with that kind of, policy. I tell people that all the time. You can have whatever kind of policies that you want. You can have more than one policy if you want. You can stack your policies if you want. But just understand that there's good, bad, and ugly when it comes down to each kind of policy. And I always say, what the big print giveth, the little print taketh away. So whenever you're saying, you know what, I think I want to be able to take advantage of having life insurance in my portfolio for the purpose of wealth building, you can do that while you're still alive. You can do that in transferring the wealth whenever you pass away. And you can also make sure that you say, okay, I've got enough right here to say this is going to take care of my final expenses. So just understand that you can have more than one policy. You can have as many policies as you want, as many policies that you qualify for. But just understand there's good, bad, and ugly in all 3 types. And I'll just give it just a little small breakdown as far as what all 3 types consist of. So therefore, you can kind of get in the back of your mind like, okay, this is how this will work. So a term policy, that kind of policy is going to be the least expensive out of the other policies because that policy will eventually terminate. And whenever that policy terminates, it's gone. So you can either do something like a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year term policy. After it's over with, it's over with. But that's why it's the least expensive. You have whole life. Whole life plans are more expensive. They're more expensive because they actually do not have a termination date, and they also build cash value. Now, when it comes down to the cash value, this is where it can get kind of tricky. But when it comes down to it, I want you to understand how this works, okay? So when it comes down to a whole life plan, if you have that particular plan and you have a cash value, here you have your cash value that's accumulating in that policy. And let's say you have a $20,000 plan, you've accumulated $5,000 in the cash value account, and you decide to say, I'm going to take all of that. And you can do that. That's your right. But let's say you decide that you don't want to pay that back. So that means what happens is your beneficiary, they're the ones that would actually only be able to collect $15,000 because they're going to take that $5,000 back. Okay. And also, if you never borrow against it, your policy does not increase to, let's say, $25,000. No, when you pass away, if you never took anything out of that cash value component, then your beneficiary still gets $20,000 and the company is going to keep that $5,000. And if you ever decide to let that policy go, you just let it lapse, but you have that outstanding loan balance of $5,000. Well, guess what? They're going to send you a 1099, and now you're going to have to pay taxes on said money. So once again, when you start looking at which policy type you think is going to be better for you, you have to think about that bad and ugly sometimes side of things. And then the IUL is kind of how I mentioned it before. It's still pretty much a whole life plan. It's just structured differently because the cash value, it actually follows something called the S&P. And so that means if the S&P is doing well, that means that your money, has the potential of making more money in the cash value account. But if it's not doing well, you don't lose any money. You're just not making as much money in that particular account. And once again, it doesn't necessarily have a termination date. You can push the policy all the way out to the age of like 120, 121 with some carriers. So that's the biggest component when it comes down to life insurance, is being able to understand and know what's what and know, what, direction you can go in, what, you can do with it or what have you. And like I said, this is basically, to be able to show our people how we can be able to leverage our wealth, how we can go out here and we can stop feeling as though we have to have all this income to try to build wealth. Because guess what? Income is really there to be able to pay your bills. It's for you to be able to live off of. When it comes down to building wealth, that's whenever you want to have things in place like life insurance, other wealth building strategies in place, and let your money make money. Like they always say, sometimes you need to get into a position where, you be able to say, you know what, I'm going to work smarter and not work harder. And that's what, when it comes down to financial literacy, is being able to understand, what do I need to put in place to be able to work smarter and not harder? And life insurance is one of those components where when you're saying, okay, I want to save, I want to budget, I want to do these different things, where you take your income and you can actually use some of that to be able to kind of help, structure some of these things. But you can also use your wealth building strategies that will actually allow you to be able to take something from there and transfer it over if you decide that you want to have a savings account, if you want to have a bigger savings account, that is. If you want to have different investments, you can do that. You can leverage life insurance and the cash value that you can actually be able to accumulate from, let's say, a whole life plan and an IUL, if that's a route that you want to go. But that's one of the routes that a lot of people do go. They take from there, they transfer it from there, and they may put that into a high yielding savings account, a high yielding money market account. But these are some of the techniques that you can actually use to be able to kind of move your money around. So therefore, whenever you have your income that's coming in, you don't have to sit there and try to stress yourself out with trying to figure out how you're going to live every single day. But still, you have to sit over here and try to take some of that same money and try to save and try to invest. I promise you, I've been there, I've done that. it doesn't work. And if it does work, it only works for a very little period of time, because guess what? When they say life gets to lifing, and when you have to be an adult, like they say, the time you be out here, you I guess what they say, the adult get the adulting. When all of that, kicks in, sometimes there's very little to try to save. Sometimes there's very little to try to invest. So what do? You just find yourself just sitting out here trying to figure out, well, how am I going to do this and how am I going to be able to do that? Well, once again, remember I said life insurance. You can take the life insurance, like I said, what you can get from the, those particular type of policies, and just kind of transfer the funds around. And that way your money is making money. Okay. And then another component to that is credit. A lot of times people don't realize how financial literacy and credit kind of go hand in hand. Well, when it comes down to your credit, let me go back and give you my story, okay? Because one thing I want to do is be able to always be able to say I'm keeping it real. Or, sometimes they say keep it 100. So I started with my credit journey back when I was 18. I was a college student at North Carolina A&T State University, a freshman. And I'm walking along, minding my own business. And here are all these tents that are set up. And under these tents are all of these different credit card companies. But I didn't care about the credit card company. I looked at the free items they were giving away. They had big cups. And see, back then, for those of you who came through college back in the day, I don't know where you went, but I know over at A&T, we didn't have shuttle services, okay? We had to get out there. If you didn't drive, you had to use Pat Turner. With this your feet, you pack your turn, you pack your turn. So I was using Pat Turner to get everywhere. And I would get so thirsty. And I'm like, you know what? That cup would do real good with me while I'm walking across this campus trying to get this education. And I can use that cup and fill it up with ice, and then I can have me something to drink. I want that cup. Or they had a nice little sweatshirt. I want that sweatshirt. And I love pens and I love notebooks. They had everything out there they felt like a college student wanted. And here I go signing up for it all. So I come back with a Discover card, some kind of Visa card, another Visa card. And you're going to tell me that I can have these cards with $1,000 credit limit on them? Now, this is 1994. I'm 48 years old. 1994, an 18-year-old college student who I had never seen $1,000. I'm saying I can go buy whatever I want, and all I got to pay is $10 a month. What? Fine with me. Sign me up. So there I go, buying all this stuff. Remember, once again, I said going back to having a lack because of what I never felt like I could get back whenever I was coming up. Remember I told you I messed up my money back in that same time frame because I didn't save. I wasn't investing. I was so caught up in trying to get what I never had growing up that here I am with no savings, got all these clothes, right, that I went out here and bought, but no savings, no investments, and now you're going to hand me all this credit. And now I'm out here swiping cards left and right. What they say, I'm living my best life. I didn't care that the bill was due. How much is it? $10? Okay, I think I got it in my account. And this is before the days of online accounts and picking up the phone and being able to pay it on the phone. No, you had to write a check from somewhere and mail it. Sometimes that check made it there, sometimes it didn't. And if sometimes it did make it there, but guess what? I took that money and spent it over somewhere else. So now I got all these NSF fees going on. I was a hot mess. So by the time I'm 21, 22, 23 years old, my credit is shot. It's bad. So here I am, 21, 22, 23, not understanding what I did, not understanding how I got there, because once again, I did not have the proper education about credit and credit education. And so now I need to be able to utilize some kind of credit to be able to try to get an apartment, to try to be able to get, a car, all the things that most college grads need. But guess what? Me and a lot of the rest of us that were out there during that time, we had messed up credit and we didn't understand how we got there. And so now most of us, I'm talking about me, I had to graduate college and I had to go home because I didn't have the essentials that I needed to be able to go out here and get started. And I ended up getting married like a year, I want to say I got married the same year that I graduated college. And my husband, who I'm, still with, he came from this similar kind of background. We had no credit. We were broke, busted, and disgusted. But we're out here trying to make it in a world where not only did, him and I have to sit at that monopoly table, but his family, my family, remember I said going back, think about that monopoly table. So whenever I talk about credit education with people, I'm big on making sure that you understand how credit works, how you can make it work for you, and what it should be intended for. Because it shouldn't be out here to be intended to supplement your income. It shouldn't be out here to say, oh, I just want to go out here and I just want to, ball out and go out here and buy all these things that I really don't need or what have you. A lot of times when you look at, once again, remember I said, think about it, two different tables. When you look at our tables, we use credit in a manner, like I said, to supplement income and to be able to go out here and buy some of the things that we want, because normally we would not be able to afford it if we were just to use our income to get it. But at the table that, where the other people sit at, well, they have the blueprint, the instruction sheet, and they have the brand new monopoly board. They know how to leverage credit. They leverage credit by saying, you know what? I want to be able to invest in said piece of property. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get this particular property, utilize credit to get this property, and then take whatever dividends come from this property, whatever my profit, my ROI, my return on investment is, I'll use that and then move that over here to my savings or my investment account. Or I'll be able to, take what's over here and take my family on a trip. They can do whatever it is that they want to do with it. But that's the thing, is whenever it comes down to, how we have to utilize credit, how we have to understand credit, and how we have to understand where having a good credit score and being able to be educated on said credit, how that right there can put us in position to where we can get out of this rat race of having all these credit cards that we either maxed out, not paying, having bad credit. So guess what? Money that we could be putting over here in a savings account or an investment account, we can't do that, because now we have to figure out how we're going to get ourselves out of this rut that we're in when it comes down to credit. So what I'm big on is being able to show people how they can actually take all of those different components, put it up under one umbrella, position themselves, under that umbrella to be able to understand their finances by, once again, understanding what the root of the problem was and being able to figure out the lack, because we all come from a lack, being able to attack that lack, and being able to conquer the trauma and triggers that come from said lack. Because until we can get those things together, we're going to keep treating our money the way that we have continuously treated our money. We treat our money in the sense how life treated us whenever we were growing up. If you had a childhood where you were in poverty, a lot of times you treat your money the same way. Or if you was in a situation where you might have been in a situation of poverty, you do real good sometime and then you bottom out and now you got to sit and try to wait on another paycheck or another, if you're self-employed, you got to wait on that next payment and wait on that next commission to come in. So what I'm big on is showing people how we can actually get ourselves together on one hand and be able to see how getting yourself together over here, if you go along that same journey and take those same steps, you'll see how if I can improve how I think, my mental capacity when it comes down to my money, then guess what? I can get my finances together. I can now understand how I can leverage my wealth and how I can create wealth through the power of life insurance. And then over here, when it comes down to credit, if I see where I'm going to have a good credit score, then guess what? I can go over here and use my credit instead and still be able to utilize credit to be able to create a cash flow that can do what? Fall right back under your savings and your budgeting. So that's pretty much, who I am. That's pretty much what I do. I'm, like I said, I'm big on education. I'm big on serving. I don't believe in selling. I believe in serving. And I'm big on showing people, this is who I am. This is my story. I come from very humble beginnings. I understand a lot of times people's situations. I understand how things can be, but I also have to be able to always remember and to remind myself, and also to be able to tell others, we have to remember how we started, where we come from, why we make the decisions that we make, and why we have to look back and see why others made the decisions that they made. We were all sitting at that same monopoly board, whether we want to admit it or not, with no blueprint, with no kind of instruction sheet or anything like that. And we had to try to figure out how we were going to get it. Like how they say now, we had to learn how to get it out the mud. And that's what we did. And some of us got it and some didn't. But I want to make sure that I can go and I can educate others about how to be able to come and say, you know what? We all had to try to sometimes get it in the mud face down, and we still had to learn how to breathe. But we were able to come through that. Now let's get on this path to where we can go from poverty to prosperity, because I know that we can do it. We just need to make sure that we have a blueprint. We have an instructional book that can, that can be in front of us and be able to use wisdom. But at the same time, understand that where we come from behind the 8 ball, we still have to be able to have compassion. We still have to be able to have grace. We still have to be able to have mercy. And that's what I'm big on, is making sure that whenever I do talk to other people, and I tell other people, if you see that you have a relative that still makes some of the same bad decisions, understand they're sitting at the table with that monopoly board. They're trying to make it happen. They're trying to make it do what it do. So, but if you have the right piece, you have some of the instruction book, you have some of the blueprints, share that with your relative, share that with your friend. We all don't necessarily have to be in a situation where we're giving handouts. Sometimes all we need to do is get a help up. Somebody help me, and I have to do my part in going and helping somebody else. And I have to do my part in paying it forward. So that's me, Shannon B.
Shannon Brooks, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you for your valuable information that you've shared with our viewers. We thank you for coming out and joining the Black Business Network. And we will see you on the other side. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. See you again.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Content creators, welcome to Fave Unite TV. Hey, are you struggling with having your content stand out from the crowd? Or is it that you're overshadowed by others who have more resources, followers, and influence? The good news is wherever we are, you are too. We help you grow your online presence and optimize your visibility, which gets you closer to your audience so you can build trust and loyalty. By using the power of our network, we help you build yours. Fave Unite is a powerful tool to connect you with your friends, followers, and fans. And when fans rule, everyone wins. Join us. Fave stands for fans, artists, and venues. Submit your content today.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kimberly Matthews. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North China, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we have Mickey Wright. Mickey Wright is a seasoned business funding expert and pricing strategist who empowers business owners across industries to secure the capital they need to grow and thrive, regardless of economic conditions. With over 3 decades of leadership in the beauty industry, Mickey's no-nonsense approach and deep expertise have made her the trusted resource recognized in Essence Magazine, The Washington Post, and Salon Today for her pioneering achievements, including being one of the first African Americans to own a full-service salon and day spa. Through her 6-figure breakthrough mastermind, the Luxury Business Blueprint course, and Beauty Superstars Talk podcast, Mickey is on a mission to equip business owners with the funding, tools, and support they need to succeed. I present to you Mickey Wright. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello there.
Good afternoon, Mickey. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. Thank you for that wonderful introduction.
Oh, absolutely my pleasure. It's so great to have you here today. We look forward to our fireside chat, and we are going to get right into it. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Absolutely. So, how did you get your start in the business?
Well, I've been, I guess, a child of an entrepreneur and other family members, and I've pretty much been an entrepreneur my whole life. And so I definitely relate with the struggles of owning your own business and, kind of being in charge of your own paycheck. And so through my background in the beauty industry, it's like I evolved and was a young person, I guess you could say, who opened their first salon. I think I was 24. And, funding options were very, very limited, being young and Black and, relatively new in my industry. And so it was, I'm probably dating myself here, but along with Spike Lee, one of his first movies, and he talked about financing it with credit cards. And I was like, okay,
Yes.
that sounds like a way that I could, do it along with the savings and stuff that I had. And so, fast forward to owning other businesses, growing and what have you. It's like funding's always one of those fundamental pieces, and, and actually running the business well so that it can create profit, which isn't always easy. And so that has kind of led me into helping people with their businesses since really 2008. Focused a lot on the beauty industry, but I work now with lots of other industries as well. But just that need for funding that's there, and finding a great opportunity to be able to provide it so that it's a simple process and not, something where it's, so challenging and then you end up feeling defeated in the end anyway. So.
That's
Yeah.
exciting to hear that you're bringing your life lessons so you can help those people in front of you, behind you, to not make the same costly mistakes that, we have made in this industry. That's so exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Your background is in beauty. How did you transition into business coaching and funding, Mickey?
Well, as I shared, it's like I actually started as a hairstylist. I'm second generation. So my mom is a hairstylist. I have a sister who's in the industry as well, and never thought about going into it for myself. And so when I came into it, I was excited. I had some talent and what have you, but I struggled. And so I had to end up leaving and going to get a 9-to-5 job and working my way back into the industry. And knowing from the beginning that I wanted to own my own salon and knowing that I wasn't ready. And so looking for great mentorship and someone to really work with me in preparing me for that. And I found great mentors along the way. So my first salon owner was fabulous. And then when I kind of graduated from there and went to a different salon, it's like that experience was really great. And then I was like, okay, I'm ready to start on my own. And just working through a lot of the things that were challenges is kind of what propelled me forward. So, getting back into the salon was one of my goals, to be able to do that full time from going back into a 9-to-5 job. So I figured it would take about a year, and in actuality, it only took about 6 months. And so I've spent a lot of time just helping people know that, they don't have to take forever to really build up their business. And, through growing my salon, and it kind of outgrew our space. And that's how I kind of became one of the first African-American owners of a full-service salon and day spa. And we were one of the 200 fastest growing salons in the country. So there was a lot of growth very quickly. So we needed systems and policies and, leadership and all of those different things, and funding. And so, it's like I got out of the industry, after that salon, I got out of it kind of completely and was recognized as a leader, a legend. I got a legend award as one of the youngest people to do that, like 5 years after I left. And so I was really humbled by that experience and wanted to see, it's like, is there something else for me to contribute? And I saw a lot of people struggling in the industry. I saw a lot of people who weren't able to create consistent income so they could stay in the industry. And I definitely know what that's like. And they don't have the resources and tools and the training and all of those things around the business part of it. And so that's kind of how I graduated into that. And it's morphed into me helping with pricing, because that's a place where a lot of us struggle, and we create our own struggle some of the time because we're leaving money on the table.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I say that often.
Okay.
It definitely sounds like you have a passion for this industry, and giving up is not an option. So that's wonderful. What made you get into supporting business owners?
Well, it's like I appreciate the struggle. It's like I have been in it. And like I said, like with owning a brick and mortar business, I've never seen 30 days go by faster. So the bills keep coming, and there's so much to keep up. You wear a lot of different hats. It's like, you're the bookkeeper, you're the janitor, you're the person providing the services. And so how do we streamline some of those processes? How do we learn how to delegate, how to lead, how to hire? All of those different pieces are part of running our business and getting it in position so that when we do want to expand, that we're ready from a foundation standpoint, and then we can, look for sources for the revenue or for the funding that we need, or the money that we need to actually expand.
Absolutely. It costs to be the boss.
Yes. And everyone wants to be the boss until they pay the cost.
Exactly. So tell me this, Mickey, what is the ugly truth about Black female entrepreneurs?
Well, I call it that because it's like, I find it very ugly that right now it's like Black female entrepreneurs are the fastest growing segment of people opening businesses. We opened 17% of the businesses versus white women opened, I think, about 10% of the businesses, and white males 15%. So we're at the head of the class. We are doing our thing, knowing that we want to enter this world of entrepreneurship.
Right.
Yet at the same time, we are have the lowest amount of support and funding. If you look at venture capital, right now, it's like we get about 1/3 of 1% of the funding that's available from venture capitalists, which is nothing, less than 1%.
Mhm.
And, then when you turn around and look at the money that we're generating in these businesses, it's about half to a third of what other businesses are generating.
Mhm.
And like I said, with pricing, that's one of the areas that I like to help, especially women with, because it's like we bring a lot of mindset issues to the table when we think about pricing. We're taught to give to others, and we're taught to, put everyone before ourselves. It's like we are compassionate, as part of our nature often. And so it's like we want to help other people, but it's like we're not helping ourselves or other people when we really underprice ourselves, when we have, a lot of discounting going on and a lot of throwing things in
So
going
true.
on.
I understand the ugly part now. It's a lack of resources for Black women. And now I completely understand that. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mickey, why is access to funding so important in general?
Well, if you look at businesses, like if you look at the SBA, they're going to tell you like half of all businesses fail within the first 5 years. And so with that, a good portion of it has to do with funding. Some of it has to do with our operations, some of, not having pieces in place, those foundational pieces we were talking about.
Yes.
Some of it may have to do with kind of owner burnout, where it's like we're taking on too much and not delegating enough, not having the resources to expand and hire and, market more, all of those types of things. But a lot of it comes down to not having access to funds.
Absolutely.
So that's one of the big keys. And so that's one of the reasons I'm, very excited to just be able to offer people access to the money that they need to be able to expand.
Yes, they're going to need it.
Yeah.
What are options for funding businesses?
Well, it's like when we look at, say, starting a business, it's like you could go the route that I did, like through credit cards, through your own savings. Some people are able to tap into family, that can contribute to it. And there's, I think, an underutilized area, it's like, especially with looking with expansion, is tapping into your clients. It's like we were able to do that to do our expansion from salon into salon and day spa. A lot of our clients loved what we were doing and supported us and financially bought packages and invested. And there were a lot of different ways to do that. And then, of course, there's banks. And with banks, it's a very traditional type of lending. And so a lot of times they are really not set up for small businesses. If you're under, say, 10 million, the big businesses, that's what they're mostly set up for. So if you're coming in, you need, not just good credit or not just great credit, but a lot of times kind of perfect credit. Then in addition to that, you're going to need a track record, probably about 2 years of your financials, being in place, taxes that were filed, your profit and loss statements, all the financial pieces, so that they can see what, you've been doing. And then even if all of that looks spectacular, it's like most of the time they're going to need collateral. So a lot of times that's putting your house up, or that's putting up some other type of real estate, a real piece of property to collateralize the loan. I can't speak here. But those things are really kind of the options, ourselves, our savings, friends and family, potentially our clients, and then the banks. And then I work with what you might call an alternative funder. And we look at your revenue. We look at what is the business doing already. Your credit is not the main factor, because we understand that business owners a lot of times have, challenges with the credit, because if there's something going on at the business and there's something going on at home, a lot of times we're going to say, let's pour it into the business. We'll catch up on the home stuff later. And so even with chinks in the armor, and it's like we're able to help a lot a lot of business owners.
That's wonderful. You know, the wonderful thing about what you're doing here, Mickey, is that, you know, you're sharing your real life experiences and you built a business around that. So you're not just talking about just a little bit of research and development and let me get a business started. This is something that you've actually lived through. So to be able to help people through your own experience is a wonderful thing. So
Yeah. And I can say when I came into the beauty industry, I felt like, you know, if someone else has already bumped their head, then why do I need to bump my head? It's like, let me find them and let them help guide me. And so I hope that I can be, you know, that resource for other people as well.
That's great. Thank you. What are options for, we talked about, what do you need to have in place to get funding, traditional versus alternative funding?
Yeah, well, I talked a lot about traditional. It's like you definitely are going to need your financials typically for about 2 years. You know, your that you haven't, you know, typically existing businesses. Like if you don't have a business already and you're starting up, you're going to need a business plan that is very thorough and goes through all of the details. Because basically what lenders want to know is how we're going to get repaid. And so with the funding that I have access to, we look at, like I said, the revenue. So it's like you already have to be in existing business, but you don't have to be in business that long. So it's like we're going to look back 3 months of your bank statements. So you do need to have money that's going into a bank account. One of the things that was eye-opening for me, even as a business coach, was seeing how many people don't have a business bank account. And one of the things that's really cool about, you know, the funding that I have access to is that even if you don't have a business bank account, you can actually still get funding. It's like we consider it kind of like a gig worker. And so you don't have to have a lot of the, you know, kind of traditional type of things in place. But of course, it's better if you do. So I recommend, you know, as soon as you possibly can to get your business bank account set up, and you can do that without having to have an LLC, because that's a lot of what's floating around on there. You can do it. A sole proprietor is a recognized business entity, and you can set it up as a sole proprietor and get a business bank account.
Okay.
And that helps put you into a better category, if you will.
That's valuable information. You mentioned 3 months. You know, I know a lot of people are thinking they're going to have 6 months to a year or more, you know, worth of that information. So that's great news. Thank you.
Yeah. 3 months is how far we look back, and it's a very simple process. So you can get up to $20,000 same day.
Nice.
Yeah. And, you know, for bigger businesses, we lend up to 2 million. And so, like I said, it's based on your revenue. So it's like if you're doing, you know, 10,000 a month, you're probably not going to get $1 million. So,
well, I sure hope our viewers are taking good notes and listening to what you're saying here, because these are some gems that you're putting down.
Yeah. It's like there's opportunities, and there's hope, and there's options. And so that's what I love to share.
Mickey, what would be some great things to do with a cash infusion to your business?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things. It's like, you know, the money is available, but you don't need to take the money if you don't have a plan for it, and, you know, a plan to expand your business. So a lot of times, like right now, we're a little bit before the holidays, and a lot of sales are made in retail. A lot of retailers make 80 to 90% of their year's worth of revenue in those last couple months. And so if you can, if you have something where you have a product-based business and you can add to your inventory, and you know that you can sell more during that holiday time if you had more, but you may not have the cash on hand to do it, that's a great use of those funds, you know, because you can turn that money around and make, you know, several times what you, you know, would have made regularly if you were just depending on your own resources. Hiring is another good resource. It's like if you can hire a salesperson, and, you know, it's like sometimes we don't hire someone because it's like we don't have the funds. And so, but that's slowing our growth. And so we may need support on the back end where, maybe I'm the salesperson, and it's like if I had someone to take care of all the admin stuff, I could make more sales.
Yes.
And that money will take care of it. But in the interim, while we're getting them trained, while we're getting them up and running, it's like we can use that cash to, set things in place and be able to really maximize the whole business. Maybe you have something like a restaurant and you want to do an expansion. If you add, a patio service that's going to like add, 30, 40, 50% to what your sales are right now, because you'll have extra seating, you'll have extra whatever. Maybe it's kind of in the working capital area where it's like, okay, we need new ovens, and so we need to replace some of these things, and we could serve more people because, it's like the newer ones may have more space or more time effectiveness. And there's so many different things, that we can see. And usually as business owners, we're really creative, and it's like we already have the ideas. We just don't have the funding to go with it. So.
This is so true. Oh, that was great information. Thank you, Nikki. How long have you been an entrepreneur?
Pretty much all my life.
Okay.
I started in my beauty career in my 21, I think, early 20s. And I've worked a few different jobs and a few different things, as I even did like mortgage lending. It's like I got a health and life license. I've worked in real estate investing, some creative real estate investing with that. And so I've done lots of different things, and typically they are kind of entrepreneurial. But
yes. So
yeah.
you've worn many hats in the industry.
Yeah, in lots of industries, but yeah, definitely in the beauty industry.
That's
though.
right.
Yeah, educator, and have done competitions and trained a lot of people. And so, like I said, my business ownership, all of those types of things.
So tell me, Nikki, I'm sorry to cut you off. Why should someone work with you and your company?
Well, I'm committed to helping them in their business. And so I think that's one thing. Sometimes we're just a number on a cog or on a wheel. Like I really like pouring into people and really being able to see where they are and really help them. I think one of my gifts, if you will, is being able to kind of see where people are and see where they can be and really see the shortest path to get them from point A to point B. And then, I take a lot of my experience, and I take a lot of my experience with having coached since other business owners since 2008. And so it's like I have a lot of thoughts, depth, what have you, to lend to their business along that way. So
that personal touch.
Right.
That is definitely needed. And that also builds trust within the business relationship. So that's needed. That's beautiful. Thank you. Nikki, what is your why?
Well, I guess just really wanting people to succeed. It's like I see a lot of times I can see the potential that people have within themselves sometimes before they see it.
Yes.
And really be able to help draw that out of them. And so it's like I definitely love seeing people succeed. And it's like I have my mastermind and that type of thing. And it's like there's kind of nothing that fuels me more than seeing them transform their lives. One who's she's a mom. She was working 12, 13 hours a day and has kids, a husband, and really loves her career, but it's like the way that it was going, it was just like gonna burn her out. And she shared coming home fussing at the kids because she's just tired. And we've been able to transform her business so she works fewer hours, she makes more money, she's able to go home and be happy to see her kids, and they're happy to see her. They have dinner together, and just being able to make those transformations and help people really create the life that they really want is really rewarding to me.
Yeah, that's valuable because, as an entrepreneur, a lot of people, they have, all these big plans. And then once you get into the meat and potatoes of it, and then you realize this is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And how do you pull away so that you can have that life that you desire? And you created a plan, a success plan to help people do that. So that's just fantastic.
Yeah, it's I just did a post yesterday on, it was one of pictures of me at my grand opening, and with a note that it's like they don't tell you that it's like the hard work begins the day after the grand opening. So
That's the truth. So, Mickey, why do women tend to earn less even when they start their own businesses and set their own prices?
That is such a good question. And wow, there's so many reasons and so many layers and so many levels. That's like I shared a little bit earlier, but a lot of times we're just taught, kind of almost intrinsically not to value ourselves. That, speak when spoken to, like your voice doesn't matter. That there's all of these layers of things. I think, it's like you're supposed to take care of everyone else. So it's like, the parents, the kids, the neighborhood, everyone except yourself. And it's like when we don't take care of ourselves, we aren't giving our best to the rest of the world. And so I think it's really imperative to like start to shift. And one of the big things with pricing is that, if we have clients, we feel like we're going to lose them all if we, if we make changes with our pricing.
Right.
And so we hold on to our old pricing, which especially after 2020, it just doesn't work any longer.
Yes.
I met with someone when we were sitting down with the numbers, and you kind of know that things aren't working the way that you need them to. It's like, okay, we're able to like make it through, but it's like if any hiccup comes, then we're in trouble. And the thing we looked at was breaking down all of her pricing and seeing that she's actually losing $8 per client every time that she does a client. So how many clients can you do and afford to lose $8? It's like, saying, okay, I'll do your service for free and pay you $8.
Right.
So a lot of times, because we don't keep up with our numbers, we don't track them because it's not really the sexy part of the business. But we don't know that this is happening.
Right.
So yeah, it's like, so we're on like this hamster wheel type of thing and don't realize it's like, we've gotta build up the confidence to be able to shift our mindset and make the changes that we need to create a business that can support us.
So true. Knowing is half the battle, right?
Woo, yes.
So, Mickey, how else can you help business owners to grow and thrive?
Well, like I said, I have different programs where I work with people. My mastermind is one. It's like where I actually had helped a lot of people become six-figure stylists in the beauty industry, but I realized there's kind of a next layer. It's like after you've gotten enough to take care of your expenses, then what happens to the rest of the money? Usually it's shoes, car, house, all the stuff. Still haven't created like a next layer of wealth.
Yes.
And we've used a lot of our time and our energy and efforts to do all of those things. And so I've had this vision of, being able to provide not only the tools to build your income and revenue up, but to be able to take those next steps. It's like, how do we invest? And, what are some other things that we can do to generate revenue beyond our own personal services? Because, it's like our bodies wear out. It's like we have different interests, all of those kind of things. And so how do we create other revenue streams without overwhelm? And so those are some of the things that I help people with. And also I offer private coaching, and my luxury business blueprint is how you raise your prices, because it's a lot of mindset work. And a lot of times we can raise our prices and really make a huge difference in not only, the things that money can buy, but the things that they can't buy, like having more time, freedom, and more time to spend with your family and friends and doing other interests as well.
Right.
So it's a lot of times creating the lifestyle that we want. And again, that's one of those things that sometimes we're told that we really shouldn't, that's taboo kind of thing.
Well, you are clearly a visionary with a plan and a purpose. That is so exciting. So my last question here, Mickey, is do you work with everyone or just women?
I work with everyone, and especially in terms of the funding. It's like we have, like I said, very quick access, typically less than a week for almost any amount. And like I said, up to 20,000 same day. And so that is with everyone. It's like a lot of times with the pricing, it's like I definitely have worked with men and work with everyone. But a lot of times women are who gravitates toward me to be able to make some of these shifts and what have you in their business. So it's like I'm open, equal opportunity for everyone, but it's like I definitely know that making transformation in the lives of women can a lot of times make transformation in the lives of the whole communities.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I want to thank you for speaking. Thank you for coming out. I'm sorry, I got tongue tied a little bit there.
No problem.
And for sharing your expertise on the Black Business Network. And if you could take a few minutes to share your contact information, how would someone get in touch with you if they want to do business with you?
Sure. Well, the best way is probably to visit MickeyWright.com, and you can see it on the screen, but it's just MickeyWright. And all people give me all kinds of C's and K's and extra K's and Y's and all of that, but just MickeyWright.com.
Okay.
And you can follow me on social media under that name as well, and YouTube for my podcast. And then if you want to go directly and get information about the funding, of course, you can access it through MickeyWright.com, but you can go straight to BIZ, funds, FUNDS, the number 4 and the letter U.com, bizfunds4u.com.
That's wonderful.
Get information and or apply right away. And my contact information is on there as well.
That's great. And we may have just a few more minutes. Would you like to share anything else that didn't come up in our fireside chat conversation?
Well, I just I want to thank you. I think you've done a fabulous job.
Oh, thank you, Mickey.
So thank you, and just encourage people. It's like we're in, I guess, a challenging time. We are unsure about our economy and that type of thing, but a lot of it is in the way that we look at our own economy. So I want to just encourage people to keep their eye on their own ball and not get so caught up in a lot of the news and what's going on, because there have been times where maybe the economy is not doing well, but I've personally thrived, and maybe even vice versa, where the economy is doing pretty well, but it's like my personal economy, but that's the one that counts. So it's like really taking the time to learn some of the things that are being shared on the network about your business, about tracking your money, about I heard some great credit advice being shared. There's so many different layers of what we can put together for ourselves to propel ourselves and our families forward.
I agree 100%. Well, thank you for everything. And I'm going to ask just a moment. We talked about, because we do have a few more minutes, we talked about what are the reasons most small businesses failed. And I think now, especially in post-COVID or after COVID, and there was a lot of businesses dropping like flies.
Yes.
So how did your business survive through that?
Yeah, well, it's like, I think there were like different layers of it. Of course, we dealt with the shutdown during 2020, some more than others. With it being shut down, I mean, that's really pretty devastating. So hopefully people were able to pivot and or get some of the resources that were available during that time. But because of some of the resources and because of kind of a bounce back effect, a lot of businesses saw growth in 2021 and 2022. But the fall off has started from 2023 and 2024. And so I think it's really listening to your clients a lot to see, what are the needs. There's benefits. Small business really makes the world go round, and there's benefits to being small because you can a lot of times pivot faster and, look for what those unmet needs are in the marketplace to see if maybe it's adding a something, like, I don't know, a smoothie bar instead of, just sandwiches or something like that, where there's something that will help people gravitate towards you a little bit more and maybe spend a little bit more, because it's like now they're getting the sandwich and the smoothie versus sandwich. And so there's a lot of times ways, if we look at the numbers, to make sure that, it's like we can see different ways and different strategies that we can put in place to help businesses stay in business. And then, a lot of times it is looking at those numbers and making some very difficult decisions, because sometimes the best decision is to close and to start over. It's like, you don't want to keep trying to save a sinking ship, go under with it,
Right.
because you as the owner, it's like we can attach ourselves to our business because it's so personal, but it's like we're actually a separate entity and we have value no matter what happens with that business.
Absolutely. So you mentioned in that, and that was valuable information, but you mentioned how you mentioned to listen to your clients. So what does that mean? I understand listen to your clients, but when you're gathering that information, how do you, calculate what the people are saying?
Yeah, well, one thing that I hear, because I work with people with pricing as well, is that, oh, my business has fallen off, like it must be my pricing, and that is too much. I'm charging too much for the services that I'm providing, and I think it becomes a scapegoat a lot of times. That may or may not be the real reason. It's like I just heard from someone else who was sharing with them, they are not going to a certain nail salon. And it's because of reasons A, B, C, and D, and none of them had anything to do with the price. They're willing to spend the money, but they aren't getting the level of service that they're looking for.
Right.
If you've had former clients that you haven't seen in a while, call them up, find out what's going on. Sometimes it has nothing to do with your business. It's like, oh, my father got sick and now I'm his primary caretaker. And so I can't come in, to have these services done as well as often. Sometimes it's doing client surveys. What are your clients saying as they're leaving? Doing it in a way where it's really simple. Before we did the expansion into the spas, like we did a lot of survey. It wasn't just like, oh, Mickey woke up one morning and said I should open a spa. It's like, no, I'm not making that investment unless I know that people really want to patronize it, not that they want us to have it. It's like, how much money are you willing to spend? It's like, it's just a great idea and it sounds good. It's like, oh yeah, you should definitely open a spa. But it's like, no, it's like, how many massages will we be able to offer? How many, that people are willing to pay for, and how many, facials or what have you. And so we did surveys, we did roundtables with some of our top clients. It's like we talked to, clients just informally to really find out, what the climate was for it and if people were really wanting to spend the money for it. And there's so much you can learn just by talking to your clients. So bring them in, have some sandwiches or lunch or something like that, and just have some conversations, have some questions that you really want the answers to.
Yes.
And a lot of times, sometimes it's like people don't know you're there. It's like I have a little, questionnaire before I meet with people. And one of the things is like, what's your marketing plan? And a lot of times there's not much there. And sometimes it's like, well, I do social media, but not that much. And social media is not really a plan. It's more of a tool.
Break that. Yes, this is so true.
And so, sometimes it's just getting the word out, and maybe that's partnering with some people who are in your neighborhood who are servicing the clients that you want to service.
Yes. I heard a lot there about market demand and, finding out what the people need. So that was valuable. Mickey, thank you.
Yeah.
We are, I'm really excited. I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to do your fireside chat.
Well, thank you so much. It was definitely great to meet you. Definitely stay connected.
Yes. And I would like you to take another moment and share your contact information just one more time before our time ends here today.
Sure. You can reach me at MickeyWright.com, MickeyWright. You can follow me on Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube at MickeyWright.com. And on Facebook, you can probably see my face, but if you put in Mickey Wright, but it's really under Salon Biz Coach. And I'm on Alignable if anyone's on there. And for the funding, if you just want to go straight to the chase with that, you could go to BIZ funds, FUNDS, the number 4 and the letter U.com.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again, Mickey. It's been an absolute joy for us to sit here together today. And I believe that we are going to be closing out our segment in just a few minutes.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And I will share with you also, I'm really excited to be able to do this chat with you because I'm in the beauty business as well.
You're awesome.
Yeah. So a lot of the things that you were talking about, I can definitely relate to. And, with our industry, there's so many things that I think that we are, lacking as far as information is concerned.
Absolutely.
And information is power. So the more information you have, and you're getting this from credible resources and people that value the industry and know what they're talking about, not just giving bogus information.
Yeah. You do have to be careful. You do have to be careful. And, everyone that kind of, hangs out their shingle isn't always knowledgeable.
This is so true. Okay. I just want to. Okay. So genius is common. I will see you on the other side. Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, and I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM. And I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today, we're going to have Dr. Eric Kelly III, who's a global thought leader, esteemed humanitarian, and the celebrated godfather of Black Business Expos. With a distinguished career spanning over 4 decades, he has transformed the landscape of Black entrepreneurship, serving as a beacon of innovation and advocacy. As the founder of the Black Business Olympics, Dr. Kelly has created one of the largest virtual platforms for showcasing minority businesses, fostering economic empowerment, and bridging communities across continents. His unwavering commitment to social justice and economic equality continues to inspire and connect global audiences. So I would like to welcome Dr. Kelly to the Black Business Network.
Welcome me, of all people, to the Black Business Network. Hey, man, I am so excited about this morning. As we look at the future, and it's Black business and the culture today. Mm-hmm. You know, we've had a pretty good week so far, and now it's time for us to really dig into what's really going on. I think many times people miss the fact that your mind is the most important part of who you are. You know, right now, if you notice in this country that the average age right now, the average age is 27. You know, the average age in England is 29. In Australia, it's 26. In South America, it's 27. And then, of course, in Africa, it's 14. So as we continue to say, if you're doing business and you're thinking in that box of doing business with people who are 40 and 50 years old, 10 years from now, you will be out of business. But no more of that. Thank you, Grant, for bringing me on. And of course, this is a fireside chat. And so I'm going to let you be the leader. As I always say, you know, lead from the front, not from behind.
Exactly. And you have been a leader in this field for a very, very long time. Being in the Raleigh-Durham area and then expanding across the globe. First of all, I want to say prayers for everybody that got affected by this storm that just went through. I think that was pretty phenomenal. I think there's some people in your area got affected, so we want to make sure that they are safe. I want to talk to you about something that's come to my attention around a new book that you have written called Who, What, When, Why, and How Transform Your Life Through Change. Talk to us about the inspiration around this book to get us started off this morning.
Well, the name of the book is Who, What, When, Where, Why, and How. And the inspiration behind the book is that many times we are not thinking. What we're doing is we're moving. We come up with an idea, we come up with a thing, as I call it, and we say, okay, I'm going to do it. But we don't take the time out many times to think about what is the who of who I am? What is the why of who I am? What is the where? What is the how? Way before we get to doing the deed or doing the project, we don't do who, what, when, where, why, and how. And so the book is about transforming your life through change. And we have created a course, a mastermind course for people to attend to get these, what I call life-changing moments in time so that they can change and be transformed into the great person that they already are. Because many times people's opinions are drowning out not only our imagination, but our goals and our dreams.
This is so important. And you are a big proponent of different mental states. You said mastermind, and I love the wording there, mastermind. So important. Gives you a focus of what we're talking about. So the thing that I want to ask you right now that I noticed is in the book, mindset. So what are some of the key steps to developing a growth mindset, and how has this concept influenced your own journey?
Well, the book is broken down in different chapters, and I'm glad that you brought up the first chapter, which is the mastermind mindset. And what the mastermind mindset is, who set your mind, first of all? You got to, first of all, look at your past and see why you think that the way that you think. You know, you have to turn your imagination into compensation. I want to say that again. You got to turn your imagination into compensation. So your mindset, and I'll just do a short story about mindset. You know, when I was growing up, when I was a kid and I was 7 years old, and my great grandfather said to me, I want you to be a lawyer. Now, I didn't understand why he wanted me to be a lawyer, even though every day he would walk to the Scarborough Nursery School and we would walk to the courtrooms, and it was his pastime to go to the courtrooms and watch the trials. And I would go in there, you know, a kid, I'm looking, but I'm not looking. And he said that every family needed a lawyer. So when I was 7 years old, he brought these big law books to my bedroom and said, you got to begin to read. You got to begin to look at these kinds of books on law. And I said to him, I don't want to be a lawyer. And his nickname was Papa. I don't want to be a lawyer, Papa. And he said, well, then what do you want to be? And I said, I want to be an artist. And at that moment was a critical moment in my life on mindset. And he said to me, if you want to be an artist, where's your work? I started drawing at 4. So I went to my bedside, and I was staying in his house. He stayed in a 2-story house. And I went to my bed and I brought out my papers, and he looked at them and he walked out of the room. I thought walking out of the room was his disdain for me saying that I didn't want to be a lawyer. So I took the books and I put them on to the side, and I used the books to build me a table so that I could continue to draw. And so when he came back to my room about a month later, he said to me, he said, if you want to be an artist, then we're going to start a museum for you, and that you're not going to give your art away,
and that you can only give to, you can only sell to collectors. Now think about the mindset that he was putting me in. Mm-hmm. He was saying, first of all, we're going to start where the end is involved. And that's many artists want to be where? In museums. But you can't be in a museum if you don't understand what a museum is. And then we got into the car and he took me to several museums to see. And I thought a museum was where you just take and put pictures up and that was that. But by going to those museums, he put in place in me what I was going to do because I said this is what I wanted to do. Mm-hmm. It was never the mindset of you can't do anything. The reason that I was able to talk to my great-grandfather at 7 was because my grandmother, Lovella Stansel Kelly, had told me long ago that I could be anything I wanted to be. And she wanted me to be a singer. I didn't want to be a singer, but she said I could be anything I wanted to be and to always stand up for myself. That's a part of my mindset. So when I'm standing there looking at this man, and you got to imagine he's bigger than life because he actually was my daddy, you know, in terms of the father figure that I grew up with that trained me. And many times I talk about them, people say, well, what do you mean by that? He trained you. Well, my great-grandfather used to say that the number one thing to do is to think. He said number two is to sell. And when you think about thinking, and I'll go back to those, I'll give the principles first, and then I'll go back. He said the number 3 thing was to research. He said number 4 was energy, and number 5 was attitude. Mm-hmm. And these are the 5 principles that I have pretty much lived my life on. Now, think. He used to say that his money was his money. And he would say that if you wanted money, you needed to think first to get it. Put the vision first, and then the money would come. Okay. Number 2 was sales. Sales, he said the number one thing in sales is not to talk, but to listen. You need to listen to what the person is talking about before you can sell them anything. And then he said number 3 was research. And research means is to know your information. Mm-hmm. Just as I said with the museum, he took me on a research-driven day. Okay. Then he said number 3 was energy. Number 4 was energy. And that energy means to be relentless in terms of what you're doing. If you look at the Black Business Network, we've been doing this for 5 years. And we have been relentless showing business owners all over the globe. I noticed in the opening you said that we were one of the number 1 minority-owned business shows, which is not true. Mm-hmm. We are truly the number 1 global business show on the planet. Nobody else is doing what we're doing. I've checked NBC, CBS, CNN, everybody is doing something other than what we're doing. And so being relentless and that energy is very important. And then number 5, I tell you, it is the greatest one of them all. And that is attitude. You know, how you say things, how you push what you're doing, how you attack your day in terms of living in the now, as opposed to living in the past, which is sometimes sad because that's what I shoulda, coulda, woulda done. And I didn't do, and I didn't get that, and I didn't do this. And so I didn't get something that I believe I should have gotten. So that's living in the past, not living in the now. Living in the now is happiness. That means you're living what you're doing this very day. And anxiety, living in the future. And many times we're living and thinking about what we can do today to make a better future. But if you don't live in the now, you can't get to the future. And so those are the kinds of things that my great-grandfather instilled in me in the beginning, and it set up my mindset, how I think, how I attack things, how I move with things. If you have a poverty mindset
every time you hear money, the first reaction is, I don't have it. You know, I don't have it, so I can't go there. I'm not going to pay for something that I don't have because it's too much. You know, I talk a little bit about flying private as opposed to flying commercial. It costs about $60,000 to fly private. But if I could show you how to get paid to fly private, would you fly private?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. As I said, you have to turn your imagination into compensation.
Very, very true. You know the way, and that's very. Now I want to talk about this because you talked about mindset, and what I just heard there, and anyone listening to this started to feel a shift in their mental view. Right? We call that the mind shift. You speak about this also in your book. So I want to know, like, give some advice around how would tell someone who's struggling to move from a reactive to a more proactive mindset through a mind shift. Talk to us about that.
Mind shift, mastermind mind shift. Now, mind shift is really about change. You know, if you look at something differently, then it will look different. I'll say that again. If you look at something different, it would change the way that thing looks. Many times you hear the glass is half full or the glass is half empty. Well, it's how you look at that thing. And many times, in terms of a mind shift, you have to first be willing to change. You have to first be willing to understand to make a shift sometimes is hard. Sometimes a mind shift is getting rid of all your friends. Sometimes a mind shift is buying something or purchasing something to read that you wouldn't ordinarily read. If you're sitting here and you're hearing about the mind shift, and I'm saying mind shift is to change, you have to look at who you surround your people, you surround your people in your ring. If you're looking at, take an inventory today. Look at who your friends are. Look who you hang with. Look where you go, what you think, and what you buy. It will tell you who you are. Because your mind shift has to be a change so that you can do what you say you want to do. If you say you want to be a millionaire and you want to build a business to be a millionaire, you want to invent a product to become a millionaire, and you don't know nobody who's doing what you're doing, how do you become that? If your ring does not have somebody in your ring who is doing what you want to do or doing the thing that you want to do, then how do you get there? If you're not reading a book on what you want to do with your life and your career and your business, then how do you get there? You can't get there because you woke up and you thought about it. You have to get there by a mind shift.
Okay. I'm listening to that because that's important.
Look, the difference between the homeless guy and the millionaire is what?
Well, definitely a mind shift. And let's back it up to the mindset, how you view life, how you view yourself, and then are you willing to make a change? Because making a change in your mental state and your all the internal and the external things that you're habitually attracted to and working with, that's important. So that gets me to this third point that I really liked in what we saw in your book, and that's a system. There's mental systems, and what systems are implemented in your life, what systems that you have, whether you're conscious or unconscious of it. Can you describe to us like a specific habit or routine that has been crucial to your success when it comes to having a system?
Okay, so now we've talked about mind state, right? We've talked about mindset. Have we talked about mindset?
Yes, we did.
we talked about mind shift, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, this is where it really gets interesting in the book. When we talk about your operating system.
Yeah.
How you operate. What is your operating system? Is your operating system, you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, you decide on what you're going to do, then you plan and you do some strategy. What is your operating system? Okay. Now, the operating system is what I call 3 parts. Number 1, what is your personal operating system? Okay. Number 2, what is your business operating system? And for some people, what is your invention operating system? Okay. Now, let's talk about your personal operating system. And your personal operating system would be what pays you to be on the planet. How do you get paid to be here? Not has nothing to do, and I know many people say, well, Dr. Kelly, what are you talking about? You know, how I get paid to be here. Well, what do you have in place that pays you to breathe, to open your mouth, to see, to talk, to walk? What do you have in place? That operating system would be, do you have a book? Do you have a book? Okay, let's just say you have a book, which is a product. Okay, you get paid every time somebody purchases that book. Okay, so you're getting paid for your thoughts. Okay, part of your operating system. Now, do you have a course with the book? Okay, so let's say that with that book, you have 12 courses to explain the information that's in your head that's in that book. Okay, so now you have a course, you have a book. Now, do you have a product that you're selling? Think about that for a moment in that book. What opportunity are you selling in that book? This is way before you get to your business. Okay, now, do you have a mastermind that you sell with that course so that you can actually talk to the people who have gone through your course, who have bought your book? That mastermind that you have, that mastermind is another way of you getting paid to talk about and express and discuss what's in your book. Now, in your mastermind, you have different levels. You have a level where people who want to ask questions pay a fee. You have a fee that's being paid for people who want to come to the mastermind and listen. Okay. And then you have people who want to pay for an additional mastermind with you. Now, did you hear what happened?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Different levels.
You had 3 different levels. You had one level where people who wanted to ask questions at the mastermind. You had one level who people that wanted to come to the mastermind. These are people who want to come. They don't get a chance to ask questions, because if you want to ask questions, what do? You buy the course. If you want to ask questions, what do? You get the book. Okay. Now you have people who want to do one-on-ones with you. And that can be broken down to an 8-hour session all day, or as I call my flight party. The flight party is those who want to fly and have some time with you. Okay. And I know many people say, well, Dr. Kelly, I can't do all of these things. What did I say earlier? Turn your imagination into your compensation.
Right.
So that's what you can utilize to get paid. Now, if you have a certificate part of this mastermind, this operating system, where people get certified in your what I call your trend of thought or your book, people pay for certification. Now, the reason that I got to certification is because now I want to go into the operating system, the second operating system. Now, you can have a personal operating system, or you can have a managed people operating system. So, Grant, while we're doing this, we're going to work through this, and I want you to look at it as we're moving through it.
Okay.
If you have your calculator with you, pull your calculator out. I'm pretty sure it's on your phone.
I have a calculator. Let me just pull it right up. All right.
Pull your calculator. And for those out there, get your calculators out, because we're getting ready to get in tune to the money-making operating system, the business operating system, the part that nobody talks about. Okay. Now, the first thing I want you to imagine is your telephone. On your telephone, you have apps. But what does all the apps work off of? An operating system. Okay, so you got to have the operating system to run your apps. Now, you as an individual, your apps could be your attorney, your apps could be your accountant, your apps could be your managers, your apps can be any service that you need to operate as a person. And we're going to get into the mind print next, and then the mind print will bring you full circle into this conversation.
Got it.
Okay. Since you have your calculator out, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to think about a box, a square box. Okay.
Got it.
I want all of you to think about a square box. Then I want you to think about a circle. And I want you to imagine that circle, and I want that circle to be empty right now. I want the box to be empty. Okay. Now I want you to, in your mind, because we're doing what today? We're doing mind impressions of what's going on.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, impressions. Got it.
So now I want you to take that circle that's empty, and I want you to fill it in with your mind. Any color, but it needs to be your favorite color. My favorite color is red. So my circle is filled in with red.
Okay.
Now I want you to
circle. Okay.
I want you to take that circle, and I want you to understand that that circle is you. It's everything that you do, how you show up, how you talk, how you walk, how you express yourself, everything that you do. It is you. I want you to take that circle, and I want you to slide it into that box. Okay. Now put it in that box. Now that box is a product. Okay. I want you to take that box in your mind, and I want you to put it on a shelf. Okay. Now that it's on the shelf, now let's do some math. Okay. Now, I want you to take that box and transform that box into 300 boxes.
300 boxes. All right.
300 boxes. Now, what does those 300 boxes represent? Those 300 boxes represents you. Remember that box that's on the shelf is you now. Now, I want you to flow with me as we say. Okay. Now, 300 boxes that you have right there who just learned to be you, you charge them $300. Okay. Right. So what is 300 times $300?
300 times 300 is 90,000.
So that's $90,000 that you have made on managing a team of people who are you, and you represent your product. Okay. That's we've made $90,000, right? So now take that 300, that 300, and let's multiply it by another 300.
So take 300 times 300 again.
How much is that?
But that comes back up to 90,000.
No, it doesn't come up to 90,000. If you multiply 300, which is the 90,000, times 300 more at
you want, all right. So you're stringing them along. All right. So that's a lot. That's 27 million.
So 27 million times 12, which means that those 600 people are doing a class on your product, who is you, over a 12-month period. How much money is that?
Well, doing that type of math, you get 324 million.
So ask yourself, which path do you really want to be on? Do you want to be on a solopreneur? Do you want to be a hustlepreneur? Do you want to be an appreneur? Or do you want to be an entrepreneur? Which one do you want to be?
Oh, entrepreneur for sure.
So that's the path of a true operating system. It is actually operating. When you look at your cell phone, why is the cell phone a tremendous business? Because of one word, and that's called duplication. So that is the operating system. I'm looking at our time, so we're going to have to speak. You got to come to the class to really get the information. You got to read the book to get the information.
Yeah, that's the result. That's the outcome that people are looking for. Who would not want $300 million that's duplicating every year?
And remember, you're duplicating you, and it's a hard concept. Now ask yourself the last question. Multiply that by 10 and tell me what you get.
Oh, then now you're a billionaire.
So what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, I love the concept, what you're doing with the operating system, and understanding that you've got to duplicate yourself and duplicate the different functions of your business, and that you're teaching others, and all of that now becomes an opportunity for you to expand and grow. And that is a wonderful path forward for running a business. There is no doubt about it. Before I let you go, we've got 1 minute, about a minute and a half.
No, nobody's going to tap me on my shoulder.
Okay.
And tell me that I got to go. We're going to get through the...
Well, there's one thing that you did not get through that we want to get through that, and that is the mind print. It's so important to understand the mind print, because that's creating that lasting and positive impact and understanding your own mental print. So talk to us about what is your definition of the mind print?
Well, the mastermind mind print is very important. And the reason I said nobody's going to tap me on my shoulder is because if I don't talk about the mastermind mind print, then everything that I talked about before don't wrap up into what we call the box.
Yes.
Your mind print. And I break the mind print down into colors. There's your gray print, there's your red print, there's your blue print, your green print, and the most powerful one for all of us, your black print. Your gray print is your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is the most powerful part of who you are as a human being, because it has no filters. It doesn't have no decisions. It don't make a yes or a no decision. The decision it makes is only what you put in your subconscious mind. If you say that you want to be a millionaire, billionaire, whatever, your subconscious mind will seek out these opportunities. The challenge that you have with your subconscious mind is something called distractions. You know, you can be distracted by television, distracted by girlfriend, boyfriend. You can be distracted by an activity, but your subconscious mind is not ever distracted. Whatever's in your subconscious mind is what you're going to get. In other words, what you think about all day long is who you really are. In my emails, I always say what you're looking for is looking for you. I am talking about what your subconscious mind is looking for you as you're looking. All the people that come this morning were looking for what I just gave them. And so your subconscious mind can be mean and hateful, because that's what you think about. or your subconscious mind can be wealthy. So if you're not reading books, if you're not taking seminars, if you're not doing Google and you're not doing research and you're not using YouTube and you're not using all the apparatuses around you to become better, then your subconscious mind can't get better. You can't begin to think. Remember, turn your imagination into your compensation. So your next print is your red print. That's why you have to deal with your mind state. You have to deal with your mindset. That's why you have to deal with your mind shift, your change, because how you show up is how you do business. In other words, if you're always late, hey, that's how you show up. If you're early, that's how you show up. If you're always negative, that's how you show up. So you got to deal with your mental state to figure out who you are, so that you can deal with your red print, which is the blood that courses through you each and every day. Now, your blueprint, business owner or person. Who is the person that you want to be like? And you would say, well, I want to be an original. Well, I hate to tell you, no one's an original. Okay. Your blueprint to be a millionaire, you have to study a millionaire to become that. Your blueprint to have a great business, you have to study the great business in your marketplace to see all the things that they have done to keep you from making the same mistakes.
Right.
If a billionaire say you need to read, then guess what you need to do? You need to read. If you're running a business and you're running a media company and you say you want a great media company and you don't study one of the top media companies and get their annual report and get their information and research them, then you're just going to be bouncing around trying to become this great company you say you want to become. So your blueprint is very important. But your green print, and your green print is to look at your blueprint and see what you like about the blueprint that you enjoy doing as a person that will earn you the money. Your black print, and I'm looking at that time, so I'm trying to get us down. Your black print is your exit strategy, whether you're going to sell the business, whether you're going to have your kids to run the business. That's your exit strategy, your family, whoever's going to run the business. Because you don't want to build a business just to say you're in business. You want to build a business to make a profit from that business. So your exit strategy is very important. Then your retirement. If you're not thinking to retire wealthy, then why are you in business? And then last but not least is the next project on your table. Because when you get to the black print is like you're starting all over again. But you must get to the black print first. So utilizing the mastermind mind print, the mastermind mindset, the mind shift, the mind state is the who, what, when, where, and how. A transformation through change.
Awesome, man. This has been an awesome way to kick us off this morning. Talking about Black business and the culture. That is the culture. Thank you so much for being with us this morning as we continue on this September version of the Black Business Expo, Black Business Olympics, Black Business Network.
Before we get out of here, you got to ask me, how do I get the courses? How do I get the book? How do I get the certification? What is my offer?
What is your offer, Dr. Kelly?
Well, the reason I did that way is because we must, all business owners that come on, ask for an offer. We must share an offer. Now, I'm going to give my offer on Sunday night. My offer will be given on Sunday night. And my offer is going to give you the opportunity to do a one-on-one, to be a part of my, what I call Flight Millionaires, give you an opportunity to be a part of my courses, to give you an opportunity to buy my book. And with that being said, for those who are really ready to go today, call me at 919-308-9090 or email me, erickelly45@gmail.com. And you will get my trusted operating systems assistant who will put you in the space to be a part of what we're doing today. And as we continue to say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090. Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Every speaker has a moment where they're